Welcome back. I'm just gonna start out doodling little indulgent piece, and then probably thumbnail stuff after. Turn that up just a little bit. Hi, Severin. Hey, you got a PNG goober, nice. Yeah. Hi, Casey. Looks just like you. Yeah, my friend Dina made her for me. I had her on the last art stream. I've been trying to use her more here and there. Okay, okay. If you guys want music, let me You missed the last one. It's fine. Yeah, you're here for Don't Starve. No, it's fine, it's fine. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Left head kind of looks like a big piece of toast. I mean, yeah, no, accurate. I'm sure it'll be obvious in a minute if it's not immediately obvious right now. I need more references. I hate having to rely on stock art. I should have, like, took some screenshots. Hey, Crispy! I'm also drawing right now, so I might not be too active. That's fine. We're just kind of chilling. I have a guess, but waiting. Yeah. Could I send you up on Discord and get your opinion on something really quick? Yeah, sure. Ooh, that's really cool. Sorry, I was replying to someone. I like it. Very cool, very cool. Never drawn shadow before, so it's uncharted territory for me. I feel that. Why? You got the thumbs up. Stop it. Lotus, don't be a sad boy. Don't do it. Lotus is in here and he wants out. Gnomes! Gnomes! reference go? Damn it. What? You can make one for me later. I can't eat it at the moment, but you can, like, put it in the microwave or something. Yeah, them two. Yeah. It's Square Mom and her baby. I love these two. I've been, binging Steven Universe again recently. Kind of on accident, really. I put it on as background. How loud is that, actually? That's a little loud, I think. How's that? Yeah, I put it on as a background for drawing, and then I just kind of got sucked into it. And I'm like, you know what? I'll rewatch it slowly. It's fine. I'm already almost through season 1, and that's the beefiest season, so I think binging it will be fine. And yeah, I think Garnet's still my favorite of the three. She's just so cool. Damn, SpongeBob's mom was hot. Shut up. That looks about right. I probably could have had Garnet holding him with her other arm so she could have this arm on her hip. It's too late now. Yeah, I don't know. I just like randomly kind of been in a Steven Universe mood. I think that's like partially due to Multiverse's feelings recently, and the Steven hatred because he's kind of a busted character in the game, and I'm just like, well, but he's my sweet boy, though. I need some positivity around this character, I guess, so I'm just like rewatching the show again. And it's been putting me in a better mood. Not that people hating on Steven in Multiverses has been making me upset, like, I don't give a shit. It's kind of funny. Folks like Garnet in Multiverses, at least, yeah. I just like find it really amusing how like the sweet characters who would never, you know, provoke people and whatever, like just the sweetest boys, they're played by some of the most toxic players. It makes no sense. While I haven't seen too many Stevens act like that, I know they exist. And then Jack players act like that as well. And then the characters that are actually toxic, to a degree, they have like a much nicer player base. Stripe mains are considered chill, which feels wrong. Yeah. I'm always like, ooh, what's this song? It sounds good. And then I hear Joka's motif, and I'm like, oh, Klonoa. Right. It's probably good enough. I don't know. He's just a sweet little guy. Look at him. I don't know how to draw these characters that well. But I try. I used to draw Steven art a lot back in the day when the show was still going. But it was one of those things that was like, I didn't draw or finish a lot of art during that era when it was still running because everyone else was already drawing for the show, and I didn't really feel a need to add to it because everyone else was like doing stuff for it, so I just kind of hung back, let everyone else do it. Hmm. All right. Oh yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, there we go. Lots of Ape Escape music tonight. Hey, Nip. Cute. Thank you. I've been binging the show again. Hey girl, hey, was that Korean bathhouse spa for like 8 hours today? Lol, it was so much fun. Oh, nice, nice. Glad you had a good time. It was me and Scarlett's anniversary, so we spoiled ourselves. I think you'd love it. Oh, that's sweet. It was a good deal too, only like 50 each, and we had access to everything. Nice. Saunas, baths, hot and cold rooms, oxygen rooms. What is an oxygen room? High O2 room to perk up your energy and all that. Oh, okay. I gotta stop fussing with it. It's good enough. Alright. Legit think you'd love it. Oh, cool. Ah, damn. I can't use my, my old Garnet sketch, because this is, Season 2 Garnet. Hold on. Whoop. If we got time, we should try it out. If not this trip, the next one. Yeah. Some don't seem right. I don't think this line should be here, actually. Oh. I've had the stream on mute this whole time, but this is looking adorable. Thank you. Man, though, I'm tired. We were there a long time. We passed out like 3 times. So comfy. Nice. Yeah, tell her I said hi if she's not watching, too. She's passed the fuck out, but I will tell her. Okay.
Are you spying on me?
Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh. Whoever, sub, thank you. Thank you. Not sub, but like, you know, followed. Thanks for the follow. Hello. My notifications are still way too dang loud. They scare the shit out of me every time. Welcome to the stream. Hell yeah. Oh, that's the wrong color. So cute. Thank you. I'll pass out now. You have a great stream. Thank you. You have a good rest. Oh. There we go. He's my sweet boy. Oh, he's so cute. There you go. notice. Huh. Lotus? Baby. What are you doing? I'll be right back, you guys. Just hang tight for a sec. Loams, what are you doing, my sweet boy? Hopefully that's not too dark. Maybe it'll be fine. Oops. So how you guys doing tonight? Lacking sleep, but I'm okay. I feel that. My sleep is back to the way it was, for better or worse. I've been waking up a little later in the evening now. Oops. The insomnia is a pain. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Oh shit, fuck it up. It never gets old. Lotus, you're about to fall off the bed. Loans. Come here. Come here. Here. Whoop. There you go. Lay down. Come here. Come here. Baby. Oh. So cute. What is it, Loams? What is it? Baby. Is that everything? I think it is. Cool. I'll keep that up in case I need it for word placement. Now that I have a moment, doing missions on Has 4 almost didn't make it back to drop pod as we tried doing a Matrix Core thing during the countdown, made it back with 5 seconds left. I'm assuming you're playing with randoms. Very impressive though, good job. Oh, I never saved the... I never saved the thing. Let me, do that real quick. Gotta find the file for it. Oh, I already made a file for that, okay. He screamed into the mic or my TV, "Get to the pod, go without me!" But he made it. Damn. Good job. Bu- 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 Alright, cancel that. There you go. What the friggin', I'll have to fix that in a minute. Hey, Matter at Monday, it's about time. Ah, shoot. Alright, hold on. Aha. Is that weird? Actually, I can merge all this now. There we go. There we go, that's better. Okay. Ow. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Actually, wait, I don't need to do that. I can just do... Yeah. Placeholder stuff for me to deal with later. Alright, let's see. Now what? Losing track of my tabs. Alright. that. Looking around, sus. I need to draw my King of Cards chibi thumbnail, but this is easier. Yeah, this one was for Knock Knock. Yeah. I'm working on a Don't Starve one now. Oh. I'm just kind of using it for, like, size referencing. Ah! Spider! Get out of here. Yeah, gnomes too. It's a little game mechanic joke that he raises my sanity. Probably only see like just this top half, roughly, but let's do full body just in case. It's like kind of in the style, but not really. Just taking a little bit of inspo from it. Yeah, close enough. Oh, come on. Whatever, I'll worry about it later. No, I gotta look this up. I gotta be accurate. Is there a picture on the wiki? Oh, it's called a garland. My bad. Yeah, here we go. Hey, welcome back. Thanks. Not too happy with my shadow drawing right now, so I'm stopping for tonight. Might pick it back up tomorrow. Yeah, I get that. I guess I could get a start on lining this tonight. I just slow, right? Ugh. What are you doing, Lomas? Baby! Baby! I sent you what I finished so far. You can look at it after stream if you'd like. Maybe give me some pointers or advice. It's like a drawing Sonic characters. Yeah, alright. But I meant to say earlier, the Steven Universe drawing you did was adorable, so was the Undertale one. Thank you. Babies. Love the way you drew Garnet. Thank you. She's a little easier for me to draw compared to Steven. It's mainly just like configuring where her head is and all that hair. Probably gonna watch some more after stream. I'm almost done with season 1. And then season 2, we get into the good shit. Is this your first time ever watching it? No, it's not. It's a revisit. It's just been a while. I was pretty much like up to date with it as the series was going on. I was introduced to it like maybe 20 episodes into season 1. So I was along for the ride since almost from the beginning. I don't know, I just kind of missed it. I wanted to watch it again and see the characters. Oh, hey, are you gonna get Sonic X Shadow Generations? I would, but I don't have a console for it. Because it's not on PS4, right? Games are kind of moving on to the newer consoles. Oh, it is on PS4. Okay. In that case, yeah, I'll get it eventually. It's just not in my budget right now to get like a $60, $70 game, however much it is. I don't mind if I'm a little late. It's like 50 from what I just looked up. Oh, that's not bad. Frontiers was a lot more than that. That game was like 70. I was just curious because I didn't want to accidentally spoil it. Oh yeah, it's fine. Been obsessed with it since it came out. That's cool. Yeah, it looks really good from what I saw. Especially since Shadow is like my favorite Sonic character. Oh, that's cool. I'm glad that they took elements from his standalone game and reworked it into what seems like just better. Like what, I don't know, I don't know. Because like Shadow the Hedgehog had cool ideas in it as far as his backstory and stuff that was left unexplored, but just the game as is kind of a mess, and I'm glad that from the looks of it they kind of took notes from that and reworked it into something better. Yeah, exactly. Like they bring Black Doom back and utilize him in a way that isn't contrived and stupid. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Alright, gonna go to bed. I had fun watching you cook. I just wish I was able to be active and chat for longer. That's no problem. Good night. Have a good rest. I think it might be video time. What? Someone's live streaming. Don't starve right now. That's funny.
It's more of a chore.
Alright, I'm not gonna mess up the layout this time. Okay. Here, let me help. Stupid dog. Stop looking, Ren. That was not towards the loans, that was towards... Come on, stupid dog. It was time to smuggle the boy out. Which was it? Yeah.
Weber has got to be one of the funnest characters in the game. On the surface, he might seem like he's just Wilson, except he won't get attacked by spiders. However, he's so much more than that. If you play him right, instead of being Wilson with slightly different stats, Weber becomes a war machine that outdamages even Wolfgang, deals with hordes way better than Wendy, and tanks damage better than Wigfrid. I did a poll on my channel a while back asking which character is the best at fighting frog rain. Wendy won it by a landslide, but in reality the correct answer is Weber, and it's not even close. Every character on the list has to expend some kind of resource in order to deal with the frogs. However, if you have the right army, Weber can crush frog rain without losing a single spider. This is what makes Weber so fun to play as. Once you've got the right army, almost every threat Weber faces in the game becomes a joke. Even the strongest characters still have to expend resources in order to take down enemies. But when it comes to Weber, all he needs to do is fake one attack with the boomerang and watch as his target gets obliterated. Now Weber can do that to almost every enemy in the game. However, when it comes to raid bosses, it's a completely different story. Raid bosses are a step up from the regular seasonal bosses, and in my opinion are supposed to be the toughest challenges that the game has to offer. Each raid boss has an ability to counter Weber's spider army. Usually this comes in the form of a massively strong AoE attack, but sometimes their counter to Weber is panicking all his spiders with their scream. If you simply sick your army on these guys, your spiders are going to get annihilated. However, with the right tactics, Weber can work around these moves, which lets him steamroll even the strongest enemies in the game. So if you want to see that, stick around as I recap my all raid boss rush I did as Weber. Before we get into the run, I wanted to go over the game plan. This channel has put out several videos on Weber, and one of them went over the unique abilities of all the spiders Weber has at his disposal. So if you want to know more, the link is in the description. If you want to know the basics of Weber,
Mini
Beard covers it
spider.
and Pogzer covers it in a short. For the most part, I'll be using my ideal army, which consists of about 50 spiders, 15% of which are nurses, 15% are danglers, and the rest spitters. However, if I'm short on spitters, danglers will make decent replacements. When attacking something, the nurse will use its AoE heal every 10 seconds. The ability heals everything in it for 150 HP, so the nurses make the army practically unkillable against everything except bosses. In addition to the nurses making the army invincible, they also heal Weber for 8 HP with every jump, so if Weber is ever low on health, all he needs to do is have the spiders fight something, and he'll be back to full in no time. Spitters have the highest DPS out of all the spiders, and can attack at range, making them the best spider for offense. And Dangling Death Dwellers have a lot of health, and help to separate spitters from the enemies, so they play a vital role in both offense and defense. Despite this army being extremely strong, there will be times in this run where I don't want them around. Since I don't want to just lose all my valuable spiders each time I need to be alone, I'll be parking them at a decorated den, right next to a single piece of walled off pigskin. Unlike Wirt, Weber has a bunch of items that give him control over his spiders. The den decorating set turns spider dens into decorated spider dens that pacify all neutral spiders within a certain area. Normally, neutral spiders would attack walls, however pacified spiders don't, and will just continue to walk to the pigskin on the outside of the wall forever. So whenever I need to put my army away, I just get them near the walls and shoebox them. The shoebox makes all friendly spiders neutral, so they won't follow me anymore, and will instead stay glued to the walls, which means I can come back and befriend them again the next time I need them. Although spitters, danglers, and nurses are my ideal army, there will be times when I'll be using other spider variants, since their unique abilities are more suited to certain situations. Finally, Weber's secret weapon is the boomerang. For every other character, the boomerang is a weak weapon that's only real use is for hunting birds and rabbits. In the hands of Weber, the boomerang is an invaluable tool which allows him to aggro his spiders onto enemies from a distance. This means Weber can just fake an attack on an enemy and watch them get obliterated, instead of putting himself in danger or wasting time running right up to them to initiate a melee attack. The same can be done with ranged tools such as the ice staff, but the boomerang is better in my opinion because its ingredients are so easy to obtain. So that's pretty much the gist of it. I'll be directing my ideal army with the boomerang, and putting them away or swapping to different spiders as needed. With that out of the way, let's get into the run. Like any boss rush using characters other than Wolfgang or Walter, it's really beneficial to tame a beefalo. So after spawning in, I did what I normally do and got a bunch of twigs, grass, and flint. Then I headed to the mosaic biome where I mined a bunch of gold veins. After obtaining at least 11 gold, I headed out in search of the beefalo. Luckily, the beefalo savanna was really close to spawn, so I shaved the 2 I could find while they slept to get their wool. Unfortunately, this was kind of a messed up world, so the 2 beefalo that I shaved were the only ones in the entire biome. Therefore, I bound one of the shaved beefalo with the beefalo bell and started taming it with food. For boss rushes using beefalo, juicy berries are much better than regular ones, since cooking them increases their hunger value to 18.75, and you can get a ton of them while exploring the map. So keeping my beefalo fed while I waited for its fur to grow back was pretty easy. One thing that's not so easy as Weber is getting pigskin. Usually I can just break pig houses for stuff. However, Weber is a spider, so I'll have to fight a pig after destroying a house. After getting enough pigskin for a saddle and a football helmet, I headed to the caves where I got the light bulbs I'll need for a lantern. After that, I was pretty much ready to set up base. I decided to base near the frog ponds since it was pretty central and the frogs would be a good, quick source of meat that I can obtain without starting a spider war. After plopping down the alchemy engine, I crafted the saddle, football helmet, and the lantern. Now I'm ready to explore the map. I have a bunch of things to do before I can start getting my army, but really the primary objective while running around the surface is to find and assemble all 3 suspicious marble for the shadow pieces fight. While searching for the pieces, I set up walls for Dragonfly, since doing this with a huge army of spiders is really annoying. Instead of digging up saplings, I chose to collect spiky bushes since beefalo block all the damage from picking these, and they will continue to grow during winter and summer. On day 9, I found the moonstone, and I again built walls around it so I wouldn't have to do this while surrounded by a horde of spiders. After searching about 90% of the map, I finally had all the pieces assembled by day 10. With the pieces assembled, there were just 2 things left to do before going to the caves. The first is to obtain the nurse spider. Earlier I found the touchstone in the swamp, so I planted my spider den next to an existing one and upgraded both to level 3. Then after leaving my beefalo away and putting all my meat items into my piggyback, I punched both dens to get myself killed and then haunted both of them over and over until one turned into a spider queen. After this, I revived myself at the touchstone and fought the queen until she finally spawned a nurse spider. After befriending the nurse, I now had the nurse switchadoodle unlocked, which means I can make as many nurses as I want, given I had enough monster meat, honey, and silk. The last thing that I needed to do before going to the caves was build the spider parking lot. So after walling off a single pigskin, I planted a spider den, upgraded it to tier 2, and pacified it with the den decorating set. After finishing all of my surface objectives, I was ready for the caves. This is where the fun really begins, since I'll be assembling my army full of powerful spider variants. Once I had everything I needed, I opened up a sinkhole and headed down. Like any boss rush, the primary objective of the caves is to rush the ruins. Since I'm playing Weber, I need to go to the stalagmite biome first. On the way there, I saw a few stalagmites in the red mushroom forest, so I blew the webby whistle to bring the spiders out of their dens, and befriended all the spitters I could. Later, I found the stalagmite biome, which had way more dens than the red mush tree. Ideally, I would just want the spitters. However, one meat lets Weber befriend up to 3 spiders, so I don't mind the extra cave spiders, since I can just murder them for free materials. This stalagmite biome also had a bunch of dangling depth webs, so I didn't have to wait until the labyrinth to get them. After a day of befriending spiders and turning a few into nurses, I exited the stalagmite biome with over 20 spitters, about 9 danglers, and all the nurses I'd need. I was finally ready to take on the ruins. There are no real threats to this army in the wilds. Since I have so many nurses and all my spiders have over 300 HP, this army can pretty much take on an unlimited amount of monkeys. With the boomerang and miner's hat, whenever I want to kill something, all I do is equip both, bake an attack, and watch as the target is obliterated. Even a pack of death worms stands no chance against the army. All of them die without taking out a single spider. The only danger to Weber is really nightmare creatures, since spiders can't help fight those. However, I can just outrun them, or fight them while the spiders take out everything else. After sanitizing the wilds, I headed to the actual ruins and started killing everything in sight. Clockwork Knights and especially bishops would usually give regular characters a hard time. However, they fall into the same category as depthworms and monkeys. For Weber, a single fig attack from the boomerang and these guys are dead in seconds. As strong as this army is, there is one mob that can spell trouble for them, and that's the Clockwork Rooks. The Rook's charge deals 200 damage to mobs, and hits multiple targets, so these guys can actually kill tons of spiders. I have a very strong army, so singular rooks are usually stun locked and killed before they can do anything. However, these guys often spawn in pairs. To combat the rooks, I use my beefalo to shield my spiders from damage, basically body blocking the rooks' charges before they can get to the spiders. By doing that, I'm able to take on the more dangerous set pieces of the ruins without any casualties. After clearing out most of the branch, I finally found the labyrinth on day 18. You probably already know this, but the labyrinth is an incredibly useful area for Weber, since it allows him to befriend an enormous amount of dangling depth dwellers. These guys are not as good as spitters, but are still great additions to the army, so I befriended a bunch of these guys while rolling any clockworks in my path. After I got about 20, I entered the arena and fought the Ancient Guardian. This guy isn't a really tough boss, but for Weber, he's a complete joke. At this point, Weber's army is so strong that all it takes is one fake attack with the boomerang,
What an
and AG
Iraq
is as good as dead.
nerd.
My army melts him
Yes.
with a DPS of almost 300 damage per second, which is about the same as Mighty Wolfgang with a Dark Sword. The only possible concern is the Shadow Tentacles, because they might damage one of the spiders enough to possibly get them killed if AG does his AoE jump attack. However, this is easily solved by blowing the Webby Whistle to get the horde away from the tentacles, and then re-aggroing them onto AG. After a mere 45 seconds, AG dies and I blow the Webby Whistle to prevent my spiders from eating all the loot. AG's chest contained a Magi and a Starcaller staff, but no Lazy Explorer. The only thing I really need from the runes is 2 Starcaller staffs, a Deconstruction staff, and the pick/axe. Armor and weaponry don't really matter since Weber fights almost everything with spiders, so after upgrading a pseudoscience station and obtaining all the gear I needed, I dropped the rest of the gems and pseudosite at the station and headed out of the caves. Now is probably the most annoying part of the run, because unfortunately for Weber, befriended spiders will not follow him when he enters and exits caves. Instead, they will stay in the shard, and even worse, if Weber is in another shard, they will teleport back into their dens if it's daytime. However, you can de-link them from their dens if you put them into your inventory. So I make 3 backpacks and fill them all with spiders, and spend the day dumping spiders.
I make 3 backpacks and fill them all with spiders. Ah, so many spiders.
On the surface by moving back and forth between shards. Once all the spiders are on the surface, and I had all my gear, I was finally ready to take on the raid bosses. It's pretty much winter already, so after making a few crockpots, some banana shakes for Sandy, and a thermal stone, I headed over to the Shadow Pieces fight. The usual order that the pieces are fought in is Knight, Bishop, and Rook. However, I'm using spiders for the fight, which means I want to save the Knight for last, considering he's the only piece that does a single target attack. Once night falls, I ensure that my Beefalo is well fed, and mine the Rook statue to start the fight. After sicking my army on the Rook, it dies in about 5 seconds, which in turn causes the 2 other pieces to level up. At this level, both pieces are considered bosses and gain the ability to panic spiders with their screeching. I do my best to dodge both and aggro my army onto the Bishop. Although the Bishop is going to be hammering away at the spiders with its AoE attack, they all have enough HP and are getting healed so much that they are able to just tank it. Once the Bishop dies, the Knight levels up to 3. This guy hits really hard and is undodgeable even with super speed. Because of this, I stay as far away from him as I can, and fake attacks with the Boomerang. This way he stays aggroed onto the spiders instead of Weber. The Knight deals 150 damage per attack, but it's only hitting a single target, and all the spiders are getting healed for 150 HP every time a nurse jumps, so the army is almost invincible against him. The Knight can neutralize all spiders with his scream, and when this happens, it's possible for him to retarget Weber if Weber is close enough, which is why it's important for me to stay away. Once he stops screaming, I just re-aggro all my spiders onto him from a distance with the Boomerang. After draining the Knight of its 8,100 HP, I beaten my first raid boss without losing a single spider. The great thing about Weber is that once I have my army, I pretty much don't need to prep anything for the rest of the bosses I'll be fighting in the winter. So after dropping off the Shadow Pieces loot at base, I headed over to Dragonfly. On the way, I decided to hunt Mactus because I'll need a Lazy Explorer for when I eventually fight Fuelweaver, like all the other non-boss mobs. One fake attack with the Boomerang and these guys are dead seconds later. After getting the Tusk and a Tam, I summoned the Dwarf Star and started the Dragonfly fight. Out of all the raid bosses, Dragonfly is probably Weber's best matchup, as long as you know what you're doing. Before I aggro my spiders, I make sure both them and Dragonfly are on the outside of the walls. Then I start attacking her. At this point my army is doing so much damage that Dragonfly gets knocked out, and by the time it wakes up, it is 3000 HP below the phase 2 threshold. This causes it to immediately go to spawn lava. Once it does this, I use the webby whistle to call my spiders back and just wait for Dragonfly to finish. Once she crosses back over the walls, I aggro the army onto her and just let them do their thing. Dragonfly is only dealing 150 damage to a single target, so she has no chance of killing any of them unless she enrages. To prevent that from happening, my entire attention is on her larvae. Once I see only one larvae is left, I blow the webby whistle to stop my spiders from attacking Dragonfly and put everything to sleep with the pan flute. Then I wake my spiders up with a webby whistle and wait for the last larvae to die. Once this happens, it's safe to start attacking Dragonfly again. And that's the Dragonfly fight in a nutshell. Weber doesn't need to do any fighting, just watch the larvae and use the whistle and pan flute to re-aggro the horde until Dragonfly is dead. With the crazy DPS of my army, I'm able to beat Dragonfly in well under 4 minutes. After the fight, I picked up all the loot, dropped it off at my base, and started searching for the no-eyed deer. I ended up finding them in the mosaic biome. With the deer antlers, I have everything I need for the Claws fight.
Whoa!
On day 25, I socketed the
Deer!
antler into the loot stash to summon Claws. Weber is, in my opinion, the best character for fighting Claws in Phase 1. Both fire and ice spells shut down the spiders, but the deer will only target the horde if they are aggroed onto Claws when the deer begins their cast. So all I do is blow the webby whistle before that happens, and then once the deer begin the cast on me, I re-aggro the horde back onto Claws with the boomerang. Fighting Claws like this makes Phase 1 go by really quickly. I think this army is doing around 2,500 damage in between spells. After Phase 1 is over, Klaus goes down and gets revived with 5000 HP. He also gains a Pounce attack and Screams. Both of these will panic all the spiders. Klaus spams these moves so often that, to my knowledge, there's no clean way to use the army against him in Phase 2, so I just fight him solo. The spider variants have enough HP and are still getting healed here and there, so more than likely none of them will die, and they will help out a little, but it's ultimately just a regular Klaus fight. After Klaus dies a second time, I take all of his loot and drop it at base. The next boss of the list is the one that Weber is most famous for, Bee Queen. I don't think Weber is the best character for Bee Queen. Maxwell, Winona, or Wirt are probably deserving of that title. Weber is good at dealing with her, but unlike all the other bosses we fought, he will almost certainly lose a few spiders in this fight. So once I got to the hive, I hammered it to summon Bee Queen. The first thing she does is panic all my spiders. So I wait until they all calm down, and then re-aggro them onto the queen while avoiding her grumbles. That's basically all I need to do for Phase 1. Bee Queen only does 120 damage to a single target, so she has absolutely no way of dealing with all my spider variants. Once her health goes down to 3/4, she enters Phase 2, panics all my spiders, and summons another set of grumbles. This phase is no different than Phase 1. I just wait until my spiders calm down, re-aggro them onto her, and then watch as she gets melted. Once her health goes to half, then things get more tricky. In phases 3 and 4, she will scream at her grumbles, which sends them flying at super speed. Every time she screams, all the spiders will get panicked, but that isn't what kills them. What kills them is that while they are panicked, about half the grumblebees will focus on a single spider, which is enough to kill it. Because of this, I'm losing about one spider every time she screams. Once she stops screaming, I begin taking attacks on her until all my spiders are re-aggroed. I may be losing a spider every cycle, but my army is so strong that they deal about 2000 damage to her in between screams, so I still end up walking away with a really potent army. Of course, since this is DST, I again get a Hound Wave in the middle of a boss fight. This isn't a really big deal, it just costs me a cycle, which probably means a spider or two. Once her health drops to a quarter, she enters phase 4, which is pretty much exactly the same as phase 3, except she will scream more frequently. After a 3.5-minute fight and around 10 casualties, B-Queen dies on day 27. With B-Queen dead, there's just one more raid boss that I'll be beating during winter, and that's the Twins. The Twins are a hard counter to Weber, each does 250 damage to mobs per charge, and in phase 2, they charge so rapidly that nurse healing becomes irrelevant. In other words, this fight is dangerous, and if I wasn't going out of my way to use spiders, I probably would just put them away at this point and fight the Twins solo. However, while dangerous, it is possible to beat the Twins while keeping most of the spiders alive. So on the night of day 28, I activate the terrarium to summon the Twins. As soon as they spawned in, I pan-flute both of them to sleep. Then, without even waking my army up, with the Webby Whistle, I attack the green one while positioning myself so that he charges away from Retinazer. Eventually my horde catches up to Spasmatism and joins the fight. Even though I am leading him away, some of the Dangling Depth Dwellers are still getting hit by the charges, which causes them to slowly die off. Once I see Spasmatism target my spiders, I quickly blow the pan-flute to put everything to sleep. Then I wake up the horde with the Webby Whistle and start fighting again. Spasmatism is much more dangerous than Retinazer, since you'll barely have any time to react to his charges in phase 2. However, since he only has 3000 HP, I was basically beating him while keeping most of the horde intact. There was still a bunch of night left, so I started to fight Retinazer too. The strategy for him is exactly the same. Position yourself on the opposite side of the horde and lead his charges as far away from them as possible. Fortunately, he didn't switch targets, so I ended up draining him to 5000 HP without losing any more spiders. The next night, I fought Retinazer again, and finished him off with only a few more casualties. Since I did so well with the Twins, I still had a pretty strong army. The next day I went around and started collecting spider dens so I can replant them near base. My army proved their potency by clearing out all the merms and tentacles surrounding a tier 3 den without the slightest difficulty. Since it's day 30, that means it's Deerclops time. So once night falls, I make sure that I'm far away from the base and near at least one tree. Deerclops isn't a raid boss, but he has a highly damaging AoE attack that also freezes. If you sick all the spiders onto Deerclops without a plan, they'll be perpetually frozen in place until they are all killed. The way to beat Deerclops with spiders is to first have the ideal army, and second, fight Deerclops near a burning tree. The fire will instantly defrost the spiders, which allows the nurses to heal all of them up. Deerclops does a ton of damage, but he attacks pretty slowly, about once every 4 seconds. The spider variants that I'm using can all tank at least 2 hits from him, and by the time Deerclops goes for a third, the entire army is healed by the nurses. So yeah, Deerclops is viable with spiders. On day 31, I planted the spider dens at base, and then headed over to the Moonstone event. This event is again easy as Weber, since the army is invincible against hordes of single target enemies. Not only that, but I used my horde to basically plug up the only entrance that leads to the Moonstone, so the pigs and hounds will have to push their way through my army before they can get to it. After a bunch of dead pigs and hounds, I am rewarded with the Mooncaller staff. Now that all the surface mainland raid bosses are dead, I started to prepare for both the cave bosses and Pearl's quests. For Toadstool, I killed a bunch of Volt Goats for their horns, because I'll need the weather panes if I want to beat him with spiders. At this point, I wouldn't be killing anything for a while, so I parked all my spiders at the decorated den. I then went into the caves, found this spawner, and placed a single rock lobster near the arena. Before heading back to the surface, I caught a bunch of spitters, so I could add them to my army. I then chopped a bunch of trees, shaved some beefalo for wool, did a bunch of farming, and then headed to Lunar Island. Unfortunately, this map didn't make the location of the islands really obvious, so I set sail off the wrong coast. However, while boating towards the islands, I stumbled across a bunch of salt formations, which means the most frustrating RNG part of the run was over. After getting the 10 cookie cutter shells, I continued paddling to Lunar Island, and once there I assembled the celestial altar, made 2 glass cutters, and befriended a bunch of shattered spiders before sailing back. The shattered spiders have good offenses, however they don't quite measure up to the spitters because they only have 225 HP, which makes them far easier to kill since bosses typically do 150 damage per attack. However, later in this run they'll really come in handy, which is why I'm bringing some of them back to base. Once back at base, I shoeboxed them next to the decorated den in order to add them to my army. At this point I was almost ready to do all of Pearl's chores. I just needed to get some light bulbs and the telelocator staff. So after making a staff and a quick trip to the caves, I launched the grass raft off the coast and paddled towards Pearl. Luckily for me, one of the waterlogged biomes spawned between Pearl and the mainland, which meant I now had access to sea striders. After getting to Pearl's island, I started to complete all the chores. First, I built a chair for her, which I thought was supposed to count as a friendship point, but for some reason it didn't seem to work for me. The next 3 friendship points came from upgrading her house all the way to level 3. For friendship points 5 and 6, I planted 10 flowers and killed a lure plant that spawns during spring. I got friendship point 7 from putting 6 kelp on her drying racks. I then got point 8 from planting and fertilizing 8 berry bushes. Then the next day, I gave Pearl my umbrella while it was raining and picked up all the trash in the water around her island. However, after doing that, she didn't cough up the pearl. This is why I assumed that the chair task didn't count. So I just decided to come back later and give her flower salad for the final point. With Pearl's chores pretty much done, I headed back to base and decided it was time to kill a bunch of muskus for their down feathers. In other words, it was time to once again mobilize the army. After refriending most of the spiders, I headed out to hunt some giant geese. The muskus are by far the easiest of the seasonal giants for Weber. They only attack a single target, and they have no way to panic the spiders. In other words, they fall into the same category as all the other fodder mobs that the army just steamrolls. So once I fake an attack on them with a boomerang, they are as good as dead. The Moslings are a little more dangerous, since they can split the army up and they might be able to take out a spider or two if it's a 1 versus 1 fight, but really they're hardly a threat, and if I'm really concerned, simply blowing the webby whistle and focusing the entire army on them one by one solves that problem. After killing 2 sets of muskus, I had enough down feathers to make 3 weather panes and a luxury fan. At this point it was almost summer and I wanted to at least finish getting the Celestial Sanctum pieces before hiding in the caves, so I once again parked all my spiders back at the parking lot. Then I deconstructed the Mooncaller staff for the iridescent gem, obtained the correct distilled knowledge, and unlocked it at the archives, and then spent a couple of days locating both Sanctum pieces and bringing them to the Lunar Island raft. Once that was done, I spent the last few days of summer getting striders from the waterlogged biome and killing the Lord of the Fruit Flies with a really minimalist army. On day 56, summer was finally here. I don't usually kill antlion because I view it as more of a chore than an accomplishment. However, I didn't want it interfering with the stuff I'd be doing in the caves, and I was also curious to see how my spiders would fare against it. So I mobilized the army once again,
Sick the
gave
spiders
Antlion the
on
cold
'em.
thermal stone, and sicked them onto her. The fight was pretty messed up.
Get 'em.
At first the army was doing great. However, I think the shattered spiders ended up hitting some of the Volt Goats with their spike attacks, which shifted the focus of the army to the goats. I would have noticed this if I had kept my eye on the Antlion's HP bar, because at one point it basically stopped going down. So it took me a while to realize that my spiders weren't attacking the boss, and instead were either attacking the goats or the sand spikes. When I finally realized what was going on, I blew the webby whistle and re-aggroed the army onto Antlion, which brought her to 0 really quickly. Unfortunately, a bunch of my spiders did die, but I think they were mostly the weaker variants. With Antlion out of the way, I picked a bunch of cactus flowers and bundled it at base. Then I headed to the caves. I only have 2 goals while I'm down there, and that is to beat Toadstool and Fueweaver. The Toadstool fight is way more risky than Fueweaver, so I will be fighting Toad last. Of course, since this is a Weber run, I'm going to be fighting Fueweaver with spiders. Amizlari came up with a method for beating Fueweaver with the help of shattered spiders. It's pretty cool, and if you want to see it, you should check out his video. However, I'm using a brand new strategy that I came up with. Instead of shattered spiders, I'll be using spitters. So before heading to the ruins, I head once again to the stalagmite biome and befriend as much spitters as I can. After I got at least 20, I turned some of the cave spiders into nurses and then headed to the wilds. With my new army, I slaughtered legions of shadow spelunkies for the cave bananas and then converted all of that into a bunch of banana shakes for sanity. Then after crafting a bunch of crowns for armor, I cheated into the void and headed to the atrium. Once at the atrium, instead of immediately teleporting in, I parked my beefalo in a small corner pocket and then positioned all of my spiders so that they were in the midpoint of the side of the arena. Then I teleported in and dropped a single piece of pigskin onto the ground. The skin will keep the spiders from straying off to the other sides as I move around during the fight. After that, I built the correct skeleton, got my sandy up, organized my inventory, and when I was finally
I can, I'm streaming right now. Wait a minute. Lomies. Baby. Alright. See, he doesn't want to be held. No. Baby. Shh. Hey. Lotus. No. No. Chill out. Alright, take this off. Lotus, chill. Don't do that. Wait a minute. Come here. Lotus, come here. Come on. Come here. There you go. Oh. Alright now. Sorry about that. Lotus just had a bath. I was drying them.
ready, I inserted the Shadow Atrium to start the fight. Since summoning Fueweaver decreases your sanity by 40, I immediately eat a banana shake because each of these restores a whopping 33 sanity. I then lure Fueweaver so that he's basically standing on the pigskin that I dropped, and then I started swinging away. At this position, he's within most of the spider's range, so they are able to help me out with their bullets, while having the benefit of not being targeted by Fueweaver since they aren't even in the arena. Their rapid-fire projectile attacks massively boosts Weber's DPS, which makes phase 1 go by extremely quickly. Once Fueweaver's HP drops below 10,000, he enters into phase 2, In this phase, he becomes invincible and summons Woven Shadows and recovers 400 HP for each one that he eats. All of these actions will cause all the spiders to panic. So my goal is to lead him around the arena while destroying the hidden hands in order to drop his shield. The hidden hand that is closest to my spiders is the one that I leave for last. I also have to keep myself in the middle of the arena, else my spiders will wander off to the edge that I want them to stay on. So after doing a circle, I position Fuel Weaver by the pigskin, destroy the last hand, and start attacking him. As you can see, the spitters add so much to Weber's DPS that I drop Fuel Weaver by over 5000 HP in one cycle. Unfortunately, bad luck and a nightmare creature causes Fuel Weaver to lose track of me and walk straight into all his Woven Shadows, which in turn causes him to heal up a ton of HP. However, the amount of damage I'm dealing with each round still massively eclipses this. After 4 cycles and a lot of screw-ups, Fuel Weaver dies on day 66. I haven't beaten the Nightmare Werepig, so unfortunately, we don't get to see the Charlie cutscene this time. After picking up the loot, I hop on my beefloat to get back to the Void and head to the ruins. Before I leave the ruins, I want to befriend a ton of Dangling Death Dwellers for the Nightmare Werepig and Toadstool, so I make a quick trip back to the Labyrinth and befriend about 20 of them. Since the ruins regenerated, I decided to beat AG again, just for the meat that he drops. After that, I headed to the Nightmare Werepig, freed him by vibrating the pillars, killed the Shadelings, and started the fight. This guy is just as easy as the Ancient Guardian. Although all his attacks are AoE, they're not only too weak, but he also attacks too slowly to outdamage the Spider Nurse's healings. I already beat Fuel Weaver, and Weber doesn't really need the Dreadstone armor, so I don't really care about smashing the pillars. After a really short fight, the pig dies and I use the blueprints that he drops to restore my sanity. There's only 2 more days of summer and I still need to beat Toadstool, but fortunately, spiders allow Weber to kill Toad really quickly. The Weber Toadstool strategy is something I came up with a while back, and although it's pretty risky, at the end of the day I think it's really cool if you can successfully pull it off. The strategy revolves around putting your spiders away while Weber deals with the spore caps, and calling them back once Toadstool is completely depowered. The Rock Lobster allows me to put the spiders away, since once I initiate an attack on the lobster, the spiders will never stop attacking it until I blow the webby whistle. So once I'm ready, I chop the mushroom to summon Toadstool. After he spawns in, I call my spiders with the webby whistle and then start to fight Toadstool. In phase 1 and 2, Toadstool has 2 moves, Spore Caps and Boom Shrooms. The Boom Shroom deals 100 damage each, and he throws at least 4 at a time. However, he does this so slowly that the Spider Nurse healing lets the army just tank all the damage. Spore Bombs are an issue because spiders will not avoid them, and they'll stun lock the nurses, so it's important to make sure these detonate far away from the arena. The army is doing so much damage that by the time Toadstool starts to spawn Spore Caps, he's almost in phase 2. Summoning Spore Caps causes all the spiders to panic. At this time, I put everything to sleep with the Pan Flute, wake my spiders up with the Webby Whistle, and bring them all the way back to the Rock Lobster and aggro them onto it. Now that the spiders are put away, I fight Toadstool solo until he finishes spawning. Once he's got all 8 Spore Caps up, I lure him to the outside of the arena, away from the ponds, and freeze him with the Ice Staffs. Only after he is frozen do I use the Weather Paints to destroy the Spore Caps. Once they're all destroyed, I call my spiders with a whistle and start fighting Toadstool again. From here on, it's the same as Phase 1. Let the army melt Toadstool because they are pretty much unkillable, and drop spore bombs as far away as possible. After 45 seconds, Toadstool will begin to walk back to the center to spawn spore caps. He does this for 15 seconds, and during this time, he will just ignore everything, so it's an opportunity to do free damage. This was the reason why I lured Toadstool to the outside of the arena. Once he begins to summon spore caps, it's just a repeat of the previous cycle.
You hear Ridley music.
Soon after all the spore caps are destroyed, Toadstool enters Phase 3. In this phase, he does a double stomp attack, which will devastate the army. Because of this, it's not safe to simply let the spiders attack him forever. Instead, I let them attack Toadstool and then call them away from Toad a few seconds before he goes to double stomp. As Toadstool's health gets lower and lower, the interval in which he double stomps becomes shorter and shorter, so I end up fighting him solo and use my spiders only when he starts to walk back to the center. Since my army is dealing so much damage, Toadstool drops dead in less than a day. It's now day 70, so summer is basically over, and I'm ready to head back to the surface. Because the Toadstool fight went so well, I still have a really potent army, just like I did the first time I went to the caves. I brought all these guys to the surface and combined them with my surface army at the decorated den. With the cave raid bosses out of the way, the only two remaining are Crab King and Celestial Champion. Before I could get to Crab King, I had to complete Pearl's chores, so I turned the cactus flowers I had stored earlier into flower salad, and delivered it to Pearl in exchange for her pearl. After that, I stopped at the waterlog biome and befriended all the striders I could get, and once at base, I brought out all the ones I had gotten earlier, because these are the guys I'll be using to fight Crab King. Using the astro detectors, I located Crab King, cleared out a bunch of rocks on one side, and socketed the pearl and 8 purple gems to start the fight. Unfortunately, I forgot to bring my boomerang. I thought I didn't need it because
I'll be right back. Yay, hopefully, no more interruptions.
because once I initiated an attack on CK, the Striders would never stop attacking him. However, I was wrong, because a bunch followed me away from him, and another bunch got sidetracked by the whale that started attacking them. The few that were trying to kill Crab King were simply not doing enough damage, so I had to do a pretty dangerous move, which is paddle to Crab King and land an attack on him without drowning. It basically cost me 2 boats to do it, but in the end, I was able to destroy one of his claws and re-aggro all the Striders onto him, before getting away on a raft again. Once the Striders were all attacking him, the fight was a walk in the park. All I had to do was paddle back and forth as he tried to sink my ship with geysers. I had at least 20 Striders, so he's taking a lot of damage, and is barely able to heal through the rapid attacks. Once Crab King is defeated, I used the Pigeon Winch to retrieve the Celestial Tribute, brought it all the way to Lunar Island, and then socketed it to activate the Moonstorms. Before heading back to the mainland, I befriended a bunch of Shattered Spiders, because they are extremely good for helping Wagstaff and his experiments. When Wagstaff is in the process of making the restraint static, waves of birds will spawn and try to kill you, and destroy the experiment. Usually it's quite annoying to deal with these guys, because you'll have to run around and hit all of them individually, while trying not to get hit yourself. With Shattered Spiders and Spider Nurses, dealing with them is really easy. Unless an enemy is right next to it, the Shattered Spider will opt to use its ranged spike attack. These both inflict damage when they appear and when they disappear, and a single spider can create up to 7 of them with one attack. When you have 10 or more Shattered Spiders attacking a single target, they produce so many spikes that it's basically a giant AoE attack. So for Weber, dealing with a flock of angry birds is as simple as faking an attack with the boomerang. Once I helped out Wagstaff 3 times, I got back to Lunar Island and summoned the Celestial Champion. Unfortunately, this is the one boss fight where in my opinion, spiders are just completely unviable. All of Celestial Champion's attacks are very frequent, AoE, and deal massive damage. There's no way that nurses are going to outheal any of that. I know I could just summon a bunch of Spider Queens by haunting tier 3 dens, but not only is that method barely even useful, but it also requires you to use spiders that are not under your control. Half of the fun of using Weber spiders is knowing that you are in control of them, so if you succeed, it's because you control them well, and if you fail, you control them poorly. So it's a method that I really don't have an interest in using. With that said, I'm fighting Celestial Champion pretty much as Wilson. Stat-wise, Weber is identical to Wilson except he has higher health and hunger, but lower sanity. I'm using the Bone Helm, so sanity is just a non-issue for me. I'm also using Bone Armor, since it really helps preserve the durability of the helm, unless I mess up. I'm using Dark Swords and a Hambat as my weapon instead of a Beeflo, since both greatly outdamage it. Like Phase 1, Phase 2 for CC is fought exactly the same as the way Wilson would. Since I'm using animation cancelling, I'm able to get a few extra hits on CC before I need to dodge. In this phase, CC has 2 attacks that only hit once. Since I'm using the Bone Armor, I can straight up ignore these attacks, which also increases my overall DPS. Phase 3 is the worst phase because this guy moves around a bunch, and often moves right on top of one of its spires, which makes it annoying to hit. I just fight him as Wilson while leaning on the bone armor to let me play more aggressive. After over a day of fighting, Celestial Champion finally goes down on day 84. With that, I've beaten all the raid bosses, and with the exception of CC, I did it with using the unique abilities of Weber. It's a bummer that there isn't really a viable strat for taking down CC with spiders, especially since he's the last boss. Therefore, in order to end this run on a positive note, I paddled back to the mainland, mobilized my entire army that has basically doubled in size since the first time I left the caves, fought Dragonfly and Bee Queen again. Dragonfly got melted so bad that the fight was over in less than 2.5 minutes, while Bee Queen died in less than 4. For the full fights, the link is in the description. If you made it to the end of this video, I'd like to say, like always, thanks for watching, take care, and have a great day.
Cool, cool. We'll put on one more.
Hello friends, I get asked the question all the time, who's the best character? Who's the most beginner friendly character? So today, I'm going to briefly go over every single character in Don't Starve Together. This video was originally catered for beginners, but you know, while I was researching this video, I actually had a lot of fun because I've been playing characters that I didn't play before, or I didn't play very often, and I've learned new things. Now since I'm only briefly talking about every character, I might miss a few things, so if I miss anything that you think is important, be sure to let me know down in the comments. Also check the pinned comment because I'll put any changes in there. With that being said, let's get started. Now trusty old Wilson is the first character that you unlock in the original Don't Starve. He has 150 health, 150 hunger, 200 sanity, and has a damage multiplier of 1.0, meaning he does normal damage. Wilson is basically the baseline for everyone. He has no downsides, but his only upside is that he grows a beard, so during winter he can grow a fully magnificent beard, which gives you the equivalent insulation of 56% of a beefalo hat. And in summer you can shave his beard to make sure that you don't overheat too easily. So survivability for Wilson will give him a 6 out of 10. We would give him a 5 out of 10, but you know, he can grow a beard for winter, which is quite nice. Utility, 5 out of 10. He's just a generic character. He's not bad for any team, but he's not particularly good because he doesn't provide anything. Same for combat. Overall, Wilson will give you the most sincere Don't Starve experience, I feel. Next we have Willow, who has 150 health, 150 hunger, and 120 sanity. Willow starts with a lighter, which is basically a torch with more durability but less range. So she's meant to be a pyromaniac character, so she gains sanity from being near fire. So if you light a bunch of fire fires, you'll gain lots of sanity. She's also immune to fire damage, and she's slightly more resistant to overheating in the summer, but you'll still need protection in summer. Now, her biggest perk is that she has basically a mech. Bernie's a teddy bear that will turn into a big monstrous teddy bear once Willow becomes insane. And while she's insane, Bernie will taunt every creature that would attack Willow instead would try to attack Bernie, including shadow creatures. And when Bernie is big like this, he has a DPS of 25 and he has 2,000 health, which is an insane amount of health. So he can actually taunt shadow creatures for a very long time before dying, and once he dies, all you need to do is repair him. Just one use of a sewing kit fully repairs him, and then you can use him again. And a downside is that Willow is slightly more susceptible to freezing, and clothing that provides insulation is less effective on her, and she can become frozen more easily. So for survivability, it's kind of a tough one, because on the one side, Bernie protects her, but on the other side, she'll freeze easier, and she has low sanity. So we'll give her a 6 out of 10. Now, Bernie can actually provide quite a bit of utility to the team, so her utility is 6 out of 10, and her combat is also 6 out of 10, since she has Bernie to help her in combat when she's insane. Overall, if you struggle with shadow creatures, Willow is very good because Bernie will take care of them for you. Next we have Wolfgang. Now Wolfgang is a strong man. He is very good for combat. Hold on there. So right as I was finishing up this video, Clay announced there might be a Wolfgang rework. So this information might be somewhat correct after the Wolfgang rework, but you know, keep an eye on the pinned comment because things will change. If his hunger is between 0 and 105, he becomes wimpy. And while in this stage, his health, damage, and hunger are all reduced, and between 100 and 225 hunger, he has a 1x damage multiplier, but also has a 1.5x hunger drain. And now, when he is mighty, he can do between 1.2 and 2x damage. He has between 200 and 300 max HP, and his hunger drain is between 1.5 and 3 times. All of this scales linearly with how full his belly is, meaning the multipliers are higher, the higher his hunger is. Also, when he's mighty, he gets up to a 25% speed bonus, and on average, his DPS is about 288 with a dark sword. His favorite food is also cooked potato, which is good because it's very easy to mass produce and it heals, and he suffers 10% extra sanity drain from all sources, but this doesn't really matter because he kills stuff so fast. So for Wolfgang, he has a survivability rating of 8 out of 10, a utility rating of 6 out of 10 because he can kill stuff for your team, and a combat rating for 10 out of 10 since he has the best damage in the game. Now of course, all of these ratings assume that you can keep on top of his food consumption. If you can't keep on top of his food consumption, then you'll be wimpy most of the time, meaning he won't be very good for you. So I wouldn't recommend him for beginners. But now we have Wendy. Wendy is a little girl with a dead twin sister called Abigail, who we'll talk about in a bit. Wendy does 0.75 times damage. She has a 0.75 times sanity drain from all sources. And like I said, she has a dead sister called Abigail, and she can use Abigail's flower to summon her. Abigail levels up between level 1 and 3. When she levels up, she increases her max health. Level 1 is 150 health, level 2 is 300 health, and level 3 is 600 health. Abigail's damage changes depending on the time of day. So if it's daytime, she does 15 damage. If it's dusk, it's 25 damage. And if it's nighttime or she's in the caves, it's 40 damage. Now, whenever Abigail gets hit, she generates an invincibility shield for a small amount of time, and if a bunch of spiders hit her all at once, she doesn't take all of the damage. When Abigail hits an enemy, she vexes them, which increases all of the damage they take by 10%. And if Abigail and Wendy is attacking the same thing, the Wendy will do 40% more damage. This effectively means that Wendy does 1.155 times damage. Abigail also works as a light source. Wendy can craft a cistern and decorate it with petals, which restores 25 sanity per minute, and it levels up Abigail 4 times faster. And Wendy can make various potions for Abigail that buffs her damage to nighttime damage, buffs her speed, and restores her HP faster, and also can buff her shield. The most notable thing about Wendy is just utilizing Abigail to have massive crowd control against monkeys, spiders, and other small mobs. Abigail doesn't fare too well against bosses. She counts as an NPC, and most bosses do increased damage against NPCs. Wendy won't receive any kind of damage bonus versus nightmare creatures since Abigail can't attack nightmare creatures. Wendy's a very beginner friendly character since you basically have a personal bodyguard to fall back on, so we're gonna give her a survivability of 7, utility of 8 because Abigail is very handy to use for your teammates, and a combat of 7 out of 10 because the DPS with Wendy with a dark sword and Abigail combined is about 214, which is pretty damn good. Next we have the evil robot WX78 that's gonna take over the entire world. WX starts with 150 HP, hunger, and sanity, but each time he eats gears, all of his stats get upgraded up to 15 times, meaning his HP can go up to 400, his hunger can go up to 200, and his sanity can go up to 300. Also, whenever WX eats gears, it restores a lot of stats, those being 60 HP, 75 hunger, and 50 sanity, though make sure you save one gear for your fridge. And if you die as WX, you drop half the gears that you used to level up. So if you ate 10 gears to level up, if you die, you will drop 5 gears. When WX is wet or he's in the rain without rain protection, he takes a small amount of damage every few seconds. And now the best thing about WX is when he gets hit by lightning, he becomes overcharged for 4 to 8 minutes per lightning strike. And while WX is overcharged, he has a 50% movement speed increase, so 1.5 times movement speed. He emits light in a small radius, which means he's immune to darkness death, and WX is immune to freezing. And WX ignores all food penalties for the food being spoiled or stale. So solo WX is kind of just a little bit better Wilson because you can eat gears, but once you have a Wickerbottom on your team who can keep you overcharged for a very long time, if not indefinitely, then he becomes an amazing character. So these ratings are assuming that your WX is always overcharged, so he has a survivability rating of 7 out of 10 since he has such high stats. Utility 7 out of 10 simply because he can run around really fast, and his combat is also 7 out of 10 since he can kite with no problem since he moves so fast. And now, speaking of Wickerbottom, let's talk about Wickerbottom and her books. So Wickerbottom has a very high sanity of 250. She takes less nutrition from food that is stale or spoiled, but she can craft a bunch of books which have really wacky and powerful effects. So we're going to briefly talk about all of them. And only Wickerbottom and Maxwell can read these books. I mean, Wirt can also read these books, but it doesn't trigger the effects. So firstly, Birds of the World will cause 20 to 30 birds to fly down from the sky in an area around the player who read the book. This book can be used to make a bunch of wacky farms like feather farms, Krampus sack farms, and stuff like that. Horticulture abridged when read, Force grows up to 10 plants which grow edible produce, such as vegetables. Crops grown in this way won't ever grow into giants, by the way. Applied Silviculture is a book that forces all non-edible plants to grow in an area around you, and it has no limit. This is typically used for low plant farms with grass and twigs. Next we have Sleepy Time Stories, which is exactly like a pan flute. It puts everything around you to sleep, but it has a bigger range, but also a longer casting animation. On Tentacles is a book that spawns up to 3 tentacles at a random location near the reader. These tentacles can be used to cheese bosses like Bee Queen and Dragonfly. And finally, The End is Nigh. This book summons 16 lightning bolts, but as you saw before, these lightning bolts would rather target WX or a lightning conductor. So the best use for this book is just overcharging WX. All these books have limited uses, so you have to craft them again, and they cost sanity to read, although you can keep reading them even if you hit 0 sanity. Wickerbottom has access to all Science Machine recipes without a Science Machine, and she can make all Alchemy Engine recipes with just a Science Machine. Wickerbottom can't sleep, so she cannot utilize tents, so her survivability is 5 out of 10 because her books can't immediately save her in a pinch. Her utility though is a 9 out of 10 because the amount of wacky farms you can set up with Wickerbottom is insane. And her combat is 5 out of 10, but it's worth noting that she can kind of use her tentacles in combat. You can spawn tentacles and have them fight wherever you're trying to fight. Next we have Woody. Woody has a permanent beard that you cannot shave. This keeps you insulated in winter, but also warms you up in summer. Woody starts with an infinite axe called Lucy, and Woody himself will chop trees faster and more efficiently, and he has a higher chance to spawn tree guards. Now Woody's main gimmick is that he can transform into 3 were creatures, a were goose, a were moose, and a were beaver. So let's talk about them. The were goose moves 1.4 times faster and can walk on water, so it's good for early game scouting. The were moose has 90% damage reduction, does 59.5 damage per swing, but moves at 90% of the speed of a normal player. The were beaver chops efficiently and faster. He mines and hammers as well, but not as efficiently as a normal character. The were beaver cannot summon tree guards, and he moves 10% faster. All of these forms have night vision, and all of them have their very own were meter, which slowly drains, but it drains faster if you're not doing the corresponding activity for the creature. So for the were goose, if you're not moving, it drains faster. For the were moose, if you're not fighting, it drains faster. And for the were beaver, if you're not working, then it drains faster. And all of the forms cannot pick up items or interact with the player's inventory, so you can't eat food or gather items on the ground. When you transform, you drop all of your worn items except for your backpack, and to transform you can eat 2 monster foods to transform into a random one, or you can craft an idol to choose which one you transform into. When you transform back into Woody, your hunger is set to 0, so for survivability, he can use his forms to get out of trouble sometimes, so survivability is a 6. Utility is also a 6 because he can gather materials quite nicely and he can scout with the goose. And his combat, I'm going to give him a 5. His combat isn't very good since the Weremoose's DPS is worse than a player with a handbat unless you animation cancel, but that's kind of a lot of effort. And he's not the best at anything that he does, but he does do a lot of things. Next we have Wes. Wes is meant to be the challenge character, so he has 0.75 times damage modifier, so he does less damage all the time, but he can make some balloons, most notably a balloon that can buff your speed by 30%. Wes is more susceptible to overheating and freezing. He takes longer to recover from grogginess, so like when you wake up. Hounds will rather chase Wes rather than other characters. Lightning strikes are more likely to hit Wes over other characters. Also, Wes is a mime, so he does not speak, so no audible or visual warnings will appear when something's happening, like a hound attack. And Wes takes longer to mine, chop, hammer, but because he takes longer to mine, chop, and hammer, his tools last longer. So for survivability, Wes is the worst, so 1 out of 10. His utility, surprisingly enough, he can make a speed bonus balloon, which is very good for the early game when you don't have walking canes, so 6 out of 10 for utility, and combat is 3 out of 10 because he does 75% damage. Now Maxwell, the big bad of the constant. Maxwell regenerates 6.75 sanity a minute naturally without any clothing. He also has slightly low HP at 75, but he can craft shadow puppets. These shadow puppets are the miner, chopper, digger, and duelist, all of which take up a certain percentage of his max sanity. All the workers have 1 HP and require their corresponding tool and nightmare fuel. The duelist requires a spear and nightmare fuel. The duelist's damage isn't very good because it only does 40 damage and attacks once every 2 seconds, but it regenerates 7.5 HP a second, has a max HP of 75, and it does try to kite enemies, but usually it dies pretty fast. It's worth noting Maxwell is one of the best wood gatherers in the game if he uses 3 choppers and 1 digger, and Maxwell can read Wickerbottom's books. So overall survivability, I would give him a 5 out of 10, but the low HP could have an impact in gameplay because it means you basically always need armor, so we'll put us 4 out of 10 for survivability. His utility is 9 out of 10, and his combat is 5 out of 10, assuming that you do have armor on. So Wickford only eats meat and goodies, such as taffy, jelly beans, mushy cake, and goat jelly, and she does 25% more damage and also takes 25% less damage. She can craft her own battle spears, which only do 42.5 damage, which is not very good. She can craft battle helmets, which provide 80% damage reduction and almost twice the durability of football helmets. While she's fighting, she restores sanity and health, and she gains
welcome to the
inspiration
stream.
while fighting. She can create songs that
Going
have various
good.
effects,
Just
which cost
trying to
inspiration
finish
to activate.
coloring
Some of
this
these
up
songs are
where I
passive, whereas
stopped.
some of them you activate once for a 1 single effect. Her survivability is 10 out of 10. She regenerates health and sanity just by fighting. Her utility is 7 out of 10 because she can make really good battle helmets for the team. And her combat is 6 out of 10 since she does 25% more damage. Weber is a spider. He has 175 hunger and HP with 100 sanity. He can eat monster foods without the traditional negative effects of monster food. He grows a beard that you can shave for silk, which also provides insulation in winter. Spiders are neutral towards Weber, and he can upgrade spider dens with silk. When feeding a spider monster meat, it becomes befriended, and it also befriends 3 other spiders nearby. Mobs which are naturally aggressive to spiders are also aggressive to Weber, like pigs, bunnymen, and catcoons. Weber can craft items to turn spiders into different kinds of spiders, and he has equipment to pull spiders out of their nest and to de-aggro spiders, and he can decorate dens with den decorating sets to make those spiders in those nests neutral towards all other characters. Weber's best use is just utilizing spider hordes in combat, though if a boss has an area of effect attack, they die pretty fast. Weber can also start spider wars for easy meat and silk. So overall, he's a pretty solid character. We can give him 6s all across the board. Now we
Rarely
have
see people
Winona,
using
the
paint tool
sister of
nowadays.
Charlie. Winona will consume hunger to craft faster,
Oh,
which
that's
is kind of
crazy.
useful if you're making lots of stuff.
It's been my
But
main
if Winona
tool
doesn't
for
have more than
years.
50 hunger, she won't consume hunger and she crafts slower. If Winona is in darkness, she dodges the first attack from Charlie. And she has her own crafting tab, and in this crafting tab, she can make trusty
She
tape, which is the
dodges.
same
Wait.
hunger, she won't consume hunger and she crafts slower. If Winona is in darkness, she dodges the first attack from Charlie. And she has her own crafting tab.
Oh,
and in this
shit.
crafting tab, she can make trusty tape, which is the same as one use of a sewing kit, but it's also used to make all of her other things in this tab. So then we have the Winona's catapult. This is an area of effect turret, which is actually pretty good, which can be used for a bunch of wacky farms, and it needs to be fueled by one of 2 generators. Either Winona's generator or Winona's gemerator. The generator takes niter to fuel, whereas the gemerator takes gems to fuel. And she has a Winona spotlight, which aims a spotlight at the player within its range, and its radius is not very big. Overall, her
Used to be
utility
mine
with
too,
her
but it was
catapults is
giving my
kinda nuts.
PC memory
She can make some
issues.
insane
Oh,
farms using
no.
her catapults. And she can also use her catapults in combat against bosses. We're going to give her survivability a 5, utility a 9, and combat a 6. Now we have Wally. Wally is one of the most underestimated characters in the game. His hunger drains 20% faster, he can only eat crockpot foods, and he remembers what he's eaten for 2 days, and if you eat the same thing within those 2 days, he receives less nutrition from eating the same food. He has unique cookware which
Oh
cooks
my
food 20%
god.
faster, and the best thing is there's foods that only Wally can make, and the most notable ones are Volt Goat Shell Freud, which grants the user electric damage for 5 minutes, which gives you a massive damage bonus. Fish Cordon Bleu, which, I don't know if I said that right, which provides wetness immunity for 5 minutes. Hot Dragon Chili Salad, which increases your temperature by 40 for 5 minutes. This is enough to stop you from freezing in winter. And Asparagapacho, I think, decreases temperature by 40 for 5 minutes, which
Buddy, you
stops you
can't
from
be
overheating
picky
in
when
summer.
you're
The
living in the
ingredients for these
wilderness
recipes are
like
kind of
that,
hard to
dude.
get, so it's not very good in the early game, but mid to late game, Wally is very
I see mostly Procreate and Adobe Illustrator. Well, when I see the logos or program names, I'm confused. I mean, I should probably try other programs out in the future, but I've just been really comfortable with Paint Tool SI for all my needs, except when it comes to certain effects and text. Then I use GIMP for that. I know some versions of SI you can use text with it, but I don't know. I hadn't really looked into it. Nah, SI is good. Yeah, it is, but still. Wouldn't mind trying other things.
good. He can also add spices to any crockpot dish which give the following effects. Chili flakes grants the user 20% more damage. Honey crystals doubles your mining, chopping, and hammering efficiency. Seasoning salt increases the health value of the food that you're eating by 25%. And garlic powder absorbs 33% damage after armor damage reduction. So like I said, in the mid to late game, Wally is way better than in the early game, because in the early game, you don't have all of these ingredients readily available, nor can you mass produce them very easily. So his survivability is a 5.
Yeah.
His utility though is a 10 out of 10, and his combat is an 8 out of 10 because
Wally,
of
you
his Volt
can't
Goat
do
Shell Freud.
this,
Now we have
buddy.
Wartox. Wartox is a monster and gains half the nutrition from all food. Creatures that are aggressive to weather are also aggressive towards Wartox. When a mob dies near Wartox, they drop a soul. This soul can only be collected by Wartox, and Wartox can eat these souls for 18.75 hunger and -5 sanity, or he can drop them for area of effect healing for him and his team. The healing starts at 20 but can go down to 13 per player, and it goes down 1 point for every person that benefits from the heal. Wartox can use a soul to also teleport anywhere on screen like a lazy explorer, and these souls are extremely easy to farm as most mobs drop 1 soul, including like butterflies and bees, and bosses drop 7 to 8 souls. Wartox can only hold 20 souls at once, otherwise he will drop half of them and then lose 20 sanity, and souls cannot be stored anywhere except directly in Wartox's inventory. But you can effectively store souls in your inventory by stacking a stack of bees in your inventory and then murdering them when you want souls. Wartox can heal very easily, so his survivability is 9 out of 10. His utility is kind of good as well because he can heal his team, so that's 7 out of 10. And his combat is a 6 out of 10 just because he can brute force through killing stuff, but just because he can heal himself. And now we have Wormwood. Wormwood is a plant and cannot heal from edible food. Yes, you heard that correctly. He can only heal from items and effects, such as like Jelly Bean's effect and Spider Glands and the Bat. He has a crafting tab where he can craft living logs for the cost of 20 health, a Bramble Husk, which is some armor that's 65% damage reduction, and when you get hit while wearing it, it does AoE damage to mobs around you for 22.6 damage, and it prevents damage from Bramble Traps. Bramble Traps are similar to Tooth Traps, but with less damage, and the damage is AoE, and a Compost Trap that can be used to heal Wormwood for 8 HP and then 32 HP over 32 seconds. It can also be used in farming. Wormwood can plant seeds outside of farming turf. Normal turf does not store nutrients, so you can't make giants if you farm that way, but Wormwood can also plant seeds on farming turf without the need to till the ground, which just makes farming faster. Wormwood also gains 10 sanity from planting plants and loses 5 sanity from digging them up. Wormwood can use fertilizers to bloom and heal. He also blooms naturally in spring, and when he's fully bloomed, he has a 1.2 times speed multiplier, a 1.2 times hunger drain, and he automatically tends to planted crops. Since he's a plant, eye plants are neutral towards Wormwood, and Wormwood is immune to hostile weeds and farming plots. Now initially you think it's hard to heal, but you can use Wartox to heal and farm living logs easily, and you can also make a Bat relatively easily to heal as well. So his survivability is a 4 just because healing can be tough in the early game, but his utility is a 7 for that easy living logs. His combat I'm also going to put at a 4 since, again, getting hit is kind of a hassle because then it's kind of a hassle to heal. Otherwise, he's the best farming character in the game. Next we have Wirt. Wirt is a merm, and she's she's also a vegetarian, so she cannot eat meat, and she can also eat goodies like taffy and jelly beans. Wirt walks 30% faster on marsh turf. She can craft a merm structures, one of which spawns a normal merm and another one which spawns a royal merm guard. She can also build a structure so that you can erect a merm king, and when there is a merm king alive, it buffs all merms across the world and it buffs Wirt's stats. So she goes from 150 to 250 health, 200 to 250 hunger, and 150 to 200 sanity. Any vegetables, fruits, or butterflies that Wirt eats provides 33% extra hunger to Wirt. Keeping a fish in Wirt's inventory makes her gain 3.3 sanity per minute. Fish held by Wirt will also stay alive for longer, so they'll survive up to 4 days. This is particularly good with two fish, the ice bream and the scorching sunfish, both of which keep your temperatures hot and cold for winter and summer. And since Wirt is a merm, pigs are aggressive to her. She cannot trade with a pig king, and when she holds meat or dead fish, she loses 4.4 sanity per minute. Wirt is basically a vegetarian Wilson until the late game. Building all of the merm structures is really expensive, so you won't be doing it very soon. You'll be doing it in the mid to late game. So survivability is 5, utility is 6, because her royal merm guards can obliterate bosses once you have enough of them, but it requires a lot of setup, and then her combat is a 5. Next we have Walter. Walter has quite low stats with 130 HP, 110 hunger, and 200 sanity. He is a little boy, so that explains the stats. He's also allergic to bees, so he takes an extra 10 damage when hit by any bee creature, and that 10 extra damage ignores armor. He has an unkillable pet dog with 9 inventory slots called Woby that follows Walter no matter what. The pet dog can be transformed into
that's
a
a lot of that's a lot of inventory space.
Creature, and that 10 extra damage ignores armor. He has an unkillable pet dog with
Actually, wait a minute. Oh, he's just Chester. He's just another Chester.
when hit by any bee creature, and that 10 extra damage ignores armor. He has an unkillable pet dog with 9 inventory slots called Woby that follows Walter no matter what. The pet dog can be transformed into a rideable dog by feeding it monster meat. When the dog is transformed, its speed scales off of the dog's hunger, which is a max of 50, until she reverts back to a normal dog. Walter also has a slingshot that can fire ammo, the best damage ammo being Cursed Round, which is 51 damage with a chance to spawn a Shadow Tentacle that does more damage. Slow down rounds can lose the aggro of enemies, and the freeze rounds are twice as effective as ice staffs. His slingshot fires twice as slow as a normal attack with a spear, so by the time you can land 2 spear attacks, you'd only be able to land 1 slingshot attack. So 2 spear attacks is 68 damage, whereas 1 slingshot is 51 damage. You can see why the slingshot just isn't worth using ever, unless of course you want to, which is fine. Walter can craft a camper's tent, which is basically a portable tent that's improved. And a huge downside of Walter is he loses sanity whenever he loses health at a ratio of 1 to 2. So if he takes 10 damage, he loses 20 sanity. This effect can be halved with the hat that he starts with, but still, it's a lot of sanity loss whenever he loses health. Also, whenever Walter isn't at full health, he'll constantly lose sanity, up to 12 sanity per minute. Walter also gains no sanity from clothing items such as the Tam O'Shanter. Walter ignores any sanity auras such as Dusk, Night, or Boss sanity auras. Walter is still affected by negative sanity auras from equipment though, such as Dark Swords. And because Walter likes the woods, if there's 5 or more trees close to him, he gains sanity. His survivability is a 4, because if you take a little bit of damage, he can die very easily, and he has low health. His utility is a 6, simply because he can be a ranged support in the background without much risk since he's at range. And Woby is good for riding around and transferring statue pieces. But his combat will give a 4. He does the same damage as Wilson, it's just that he'll be insane most of the time if you take damage. And last but not least, Wanda does not have a health bar, instead she has an age bar. So if she gets hit for damage, she takes damage from her age, and 2.5 health is 1 age. Wanda starts at age 20, and if she hits age 80, she dies. So effectively, Wanda has 150 HP. Wanda must use ageless watches to reduce her age. An ageless watch reduces her age by 8 with a 2-minute cooldown, and Wanda ages naturally 1 year every 40 seconds, which is also 3 years every 2 minutes. So 1 ageless watch is enough to keep you from dying. Wanda deals more damage with shadow weapons the older she is. So if she's between age 36 to 64, she does 1.2 times damage, and if she's between age 65 and 79, she's 1.75 times damage. Wanda can also craft her own shadow weapon, which is her best weapon, called the Alarming Clock. This weapon is a whip, so it has increased range but also a slightly decreased attack rate. Wanda is one of the best damage dealers in the game when she's old with her weapon. It does 142.8 damage per swing when she's old. But that's not all, she also has some utility. She can make a teleport which basically reverses time, and it makes her jump back in where she was a few seconds ago. This teleport only has a 2-second cooldown, and it can provide invulnerability frames. She also has multiple teleports that can can teleport you anywhere on the map, including in the caves. But it requires you to set up the teleport beforehand, and those teleports require Mac tusks to craft, so it means you can't craft them until winter, and even then you can't craft a lot of them. Also, Wanda requires Thulsite fragments for all of her clocks, so you have to go to the ruins or archives to be able to make a good amount of watches for Wanda. So if you couldn't already tell, Wanda is very much a glass cannon. She does a lot of damage, but she has to be very old, as in very close to death, for her to do that damage. So this usually means you need very good armor, like knight armor, to give yourself 95% damage reduction. So her survivability, I'm gonna give her a 6, since her ageless watch effectively gives you infinite healing, except you can't do the infinite healing all at once, it's over time. Her utility is 10 out of 10, no one else can teleport you
I'm
across the
learning
map
a lot.
unless you use telelocator staffs and stuff, and you can set up multiple of them at once, and they're no cost, and they just have cooldowns after the initial craft, and her combat is 9 out of 10. She is a glass cannon, so she does die for quite easily, but if you're careful, she won't die, and she can deliver close to the best damage in the game. And now, before we get to our closing remarks, there is quite a bit of discussion with who's better DPS, Wolfgang or Elder Wanda, and here's the math on screen. As you can see, Wanda does 92.7% of Wolfgang's damage, but this is in a perfect scenario for both of the characters, so ultimately, they both do very good damage, and you should just play who you want. Damn, this video took so
You should
long
just
to
play
make.
who you
I've been
want.
working on this video for like nearly a week. I hope that this video consolidated all the information on the characters and that you found it useful. If you're a beginner and you want to play the game, who should you choose? My recommendation is either Wilson, Wendy, Willow, or Woody. These characters will teach you the right things and will give you a sincere don't starve experience, whereas other characters usually drastically change the gameplay of the game. So yeah, those are my recommendations: Wilson, Willow, Wendy, and Woody. So yeah, I hope you
Yeah.
enjoyed. The reason why I did this video is because I wanted to do this video before I did my survival guides, so people knew what all the characters did and knew which one to pick, whichever one they would enjoy playing the most. Also, that's the most important thing that I forgot to say: you should play the character that you have the most fun with, whether or not other people think it's good or not. So anyway, subscribe if you
Yeah.
haven't, like the video, leave a comment, and I will see you in the survival guides. And maybe some more boss rushes.
Brit is such a slave to the Don't Starve meta, picking top tier Spider Boy. I am not! I don't even... You can't even play Weber in the base game, which is so sad. You have to get Reign of Giants or Don't Starve together, which... As I've stated, I have Don't Starve together, I just don't have anyone to play it with. I'm not sure if you can just kind of play it by yourself. I mean, I don't know, like maybe... I'll have to test that out and see. Well, we made a lot of progress tonight. We finished thumbnail art for the last Undertale thing. We started a new chibi for thumbnail things. I still need to shade it. I think I'll just do like really simple shading on her rather than you know, the freaking intense airbrush stuff that I normally do. And we drew a little Steven and Garnet for fun. You can, but if I recall, the health of certain monsters is higher since it's meant for more than one player. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So I can play Weber by myself. I'm curious. I just bought Shipwrecked not too long ago, and I know every time you buy a new DLC, it changes the menu, and I really don't want the menu to change right now. I really like the Shipwrecked menu. So I'll buy Reign of Giants and try that at a later date. Also, just I feel I'm still new at the base game, so there's still like a lot I need to learn before I jump into the harder DLC. Yeah, I figured it would be harder since it's made for multiplayer. You can play him. Perhaps, perhaps. Oh man, but yeah, I gotta go. Good session. Went to 3 in the morning this time. That's a pretty decent chunk of stream. Gotta do some research first. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with a base game and delving into Shipwrecked for a little bit for now. But later stuff I'll definitely look into. And yeah, probably gonna work on my current save after I eat and watch some more Steven, probably. I gotta work on my tall bird farm. Thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate you guys sticking by and like just keeping me company as I draw. Always appreciate it. Let's get that last thing we worked on. Yeah. Very nice, very nice. Depending on how things go, I'm either going to stream DRG tomorrow or this coming Monday because Halloween event is starting and I need to get that stuff done before I go on vacation. I'm just not sure if I want to do that the day of, like when it drops, streaming it, or just wait till Monday. Though there's also multiverses drops that are happening on the 26th. So that'll give me a good reason to stream that on Monday as well. Maybe just don't do ranked and just I don't know, play casual. Or I could pick I don't know, it could just be I don't know, choose my character and I don't know. I'll find a reason to stream it. But yeah, see you guys.